Okay, this is your name. Maybe I'll click the applications. Okay, it's showing up now, so let's see. Take off of it and it's showing up now. It's the video of the judge's answer, but it's still not showing on the TV. It's all black. It says video conference and it's all black. Everything's we're not nice. Sure. We're not nice. I'm trying to get a secure. Just kind of. Judges. I think it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I'm Karen. Oh, okay. Please, Sam, Frankie. We'll go. I think we'll think right over here.
Yes, the conference is about 40 away and 30, so like 2 of them at the bottom. Like 34. It's just being slow. It's a desktop. It's not a- See, there's some cords running too. There's a blue, there's a long blue cord running. Well, it's weird, it's showing up.
I think there's three, but I
Three
think two
big.
smaller ones there.
Yeah.
Just say.
Kind of pushed the blue cord. Kind of pushed it, I don't think it wasn't in all the way, you know. There's a guy that called yesterday and said that he's gonna do general maintenance. He scheduled. I understand the red. Yeah. Something walk in.
Somebody. Yeah, he there. I'll be right with you, Ty. Manageable.
That's not a good feeling. Oh, I don't want to.
All right. Make sure the courthouse session, the Honorable David L. Williams presiding. Make sure all your cell phones are off. There you have your mom's soft prayer. Let me see.
Sprouse radio. Oh, here we go. I went down and that took my lip.
He didn't say no.
I'm getting one guy that really threw it on.
Got him at the 50.
You don't need to. That's. I don't have a year, but I'm being scared. Yeah. Those showing me those hats.
Is it on here? Is it on here?
It's not. After 10 years. It's the one that we ever made.
Instructor of the team, you know that. We have a special prosecutor case. That case cannot be called till 10 because he's incarcerated. Okay. So it'll be 10 o'clock. We'll make sure we get to it. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Daniel Boston. No service on Daniel Boston. You got that?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Stephen Bridgman.
Is that the arraignment or is that the old case, Your Honor?
Well, let him come forward. I'll take care of it here.
Well,
I'm gonna call both of them.
okay.
Okay. He appears on the docket and I will call both of them. Commonwealth versus Stephen Bridgman. Are you Stephen Bridgman? What's your year of birth?
1460.
1960 is your year of birth. What are the last four digits of your social security number?
669.
Okay, now you're here on two cases, 23 CR 001, which is an arraignment, and 22 CR 0069. You represent him on both of those or no?
I represent him on three. I do. I do
On
not-
what?
I do not represent him in the case being arraigned on. I will not be representing
Okay.
him in that case.
Okay, where is the file here? You have private counsel. You gonna get another attorney for this new case? Okay, well, I'm gonna ask Mr. Cross to stand in for the purpose of arraignment.
I can do that, Your Honor.
You have the right to remain silent, sir. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with theft by unlawful taking or disposition. More than 1,000, but less than 10,000. Tampering with physical evidence and arson in the second degree, as well as burglary in the second degree. Receiving stolen property. What is the negotiation date that you set up?
February the 24th at 9 a.m.
Okay. You acknowledge the identity of this individual?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I'm gonna let you give him a copy, then give it to Mr. Cross and he can hand it over. We receive the indictment, wait formal reading and arraignment, enter, plead not guilty, reserving all pre-trial motions. Now you're relieved. Now, in that case, we want to stand up here on you're to be back here on February 24th with a lawyer for purposes of negotiation. And on March the 2nd is your next court date. We'll write those down. Okay, both of them are condition your bond. February 24th and March the 2nd. Okay, now we're calling the other case, which is 22 CR 0069.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe since there's the new case as well, I think everything is sort of related, so I'd say we need to send it over.
I just don't see how they can appropriately negotiate these two things if you represent him on one and don't represent him on the other. If they're at some juncture, they're going to try to probably roll all these things in one.
I don't want to be found most consolidate because I always kind of provide that some gets back to some. I'll have to look at it.
Well, yeah, but in virtually all these sort of cases where people have two even separate charges, when you get involved in negotiations, I think it's very difficult to negotiate one and leave the other one hanging out there.
I'm agree. Whoever picks up the new case.
Maybe you need to withdraw from this case and allow him to.
I did represent in the first one, Your Honor. I've known Mr. Bridges for many years, but I would represent him on the second one. I didn't have conflict with him.
You understand what I'm saying, Mr. Bridgman? In other words, Mr. Cross says he's unable to represent you in this new charge, but you paid him for the other charge. I don't know what kind of agreement you had, but you're going to have another attorney. And if you're negotiating on both these things with the Commonwealth, it's very difficult. So you need to let Mr. Cross explain that to you after court, okay? So you got your two dates that you're supposed to be here. Is that correct? Okay, thank you very much. Amy Burchett. Amy Burchett. Commonwealth versus Amy Burchett, 22 CR 0051. Are you Amy Burchett?
Yes.
Yeah, give me your precincts investigation report. You're here today for sentencing.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the precincts investigation report?
Yes.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Counselor, is there any reason this lady should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Upon plea of guilty, receiving stolen property over $1,000, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. What is the court cost us? $155. You need some time to pay that?
Yes.
Okay, you make your first payment 30 days from today, which will be $30. Okay, and $30 thereafter for every month. One of the last payment would be $35, I guess. Now you'll need to meet with a probation and parole officer.
Okay.
I didn't know where you were. Okay, you need to come over here and make arrangements for the probation and parole officer. Okay. Here you go. Make sure you keep those two for the story. Sydney Foster. Sydney Foster. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Sydney Foster. 21 CR 00101. Are you Sydney Foster?
Yes, sir.
What's your year of birth?
1972,
Last 4 digits of your social security number?
873.
Okay, we're here today on the pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton,
Yes, ma'am.
y'all move over this way a little bit, let Mr. Stockton. What do you have on this case, Mr. Stockton?
Well, we've been negotiating 2 different pleas and waiting on the trials.
Judge, if we could have one more pretrial conference, I think this case would be resolved to about plea on March 2nd.
They either need to be a plea entered on that day or a trial set.
Okay, so February 24th at 9 a.m. You understand what we're saying?
Yes, sir.
You can go there, reach an agreement that day. If not, we don't even have to wait till the next reading day. If y'all don't reach
We
agreement,
don't have a.
you don't agreement on that, call me and we'll set a trial date. Okay. Under the same conditions, bond. Gabriel Guthrie. Gabriel Guthrie. Commonwealth versus Gabriel Guthrie, 22 CR 0073. Are you Gabriel Guthrie?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Judge, we have a pretrial warrant that the court's considering.
last 4 digits of social security number 2767.
Yes, sir.
You born in 1983.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stockton, I've been informed that there's a motion for pretrial diversion. Is that correct? A motion been says that you wish to enter plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
The same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0073.
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
I'm sorry.
Is your judgment impaired
No.
today in any way? Have you discussed these charges with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under Kentucky and the United States Constitution. I need to know that you fully understand that. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything, right to speak trial by jury. Currently represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence. Right to call witnesses in your favor. Right to close when you hire court if you lose. And the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges against you. Understand that when you're guilty plea, then you give up those rights. You understand that? I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of central provided law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation, decide to impose a harsher punishment, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Have you previously been diverted in the past 5 years?
No.
Do you have any felonies in the past 10 years?
No.
Are you currently on probation or pretrial diversion?
No,
You understand that if you fully complete the diversion charges, the case will be dismissed, pretrial diversion, you have an expunged. You understand that?
yes, sir.
You understand if you not fully complete diversion, you be brought back to court and the court finds you violated terms you were in. We'll order a pre-sentence investigation report and schedule a sentence, and you do a convicted felon. You understand that?
Five, pay court costs, he takes care of a special needs child, so I'm not requiring any outside employment. And that all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
What's the fine in this case?
155.
155, we need some time to pay that. Well, I'll let you pay it $30 a month, that way you can spread it out. If you want to, you can pay it off if you want to, but you don't have to.
Thank you.
Is that your the understanding of what you agreed to is what Mr. Stockton said?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
I'm sorry.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts?
Yes.
Okay. Are you doing this your own free will?
Yes, sir.
You know that I've explained your constitutional rights to you, it's still your desire to proceed with this matter. But you realize that if you do violate the court, then you will be a convicted felon. And then if you have any felonies in the future, that this can be used to enhance your sentence. Is that your signature on the docket?
Yes.
Well, I'll accept the plea agreement for pretrial diversion. I'll sign that here in a few minutes. You can meet with the probation and parole officer so she can get information from you, okay?
Okay.
Haley Harbor. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Haley Harbor, 22 CR 0039 and 22 CR 0034. Are you Haley Harbor?
Yes,
Are you born in 2000?
yes,
Last four digits, social security number are what?
yes.
What are the last four digits?
6213.
Okay, you're here on the pretrial conference. Mr. Cross represents you. See if it, knock on that door there, see if he's. You represent Haley Harbor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what do you have, Mr. Shockey?
Your Honor, this is a case where I, it's part of my fault, but I called the medical examiner before I left town, tried to, a preacher, and was unsuccessful and left a message and never heard back from her. I need one more pretrial so I can contact her and I will make a point. I get it. And then let me know.
Okay, Mark, you be back here on March the 2nd. Amanda Jewell. Amanda Jewell. Here for sentencing.
Judge, she was in custody when she entered the plea and was released and has begun drug court. I don't know her status in drug court. I assume that everything's.
Mr. Stockton,
Yes,
Amanda Jewell is not here for sentencing. Evidently, she's in drug court.
yeah, and she's been accepted.
She's been attending. It's
Well, she's just getting started.
not a very auspicious start here.
No, I'd ask for a arrest warrant if she's got some valid reason she's not here. Right.
Okay, it should
She'll be
be.
here.
Isaac Lee. Commonwealth versus Isaac Lee, 22 CR 005 and 21 CR 00125. Are you Isaac Lee? Yes, sir. What's your year of birth? 1999. Last four digits of your social security number. 7892. And you're here for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation for done by probation and parole? Yes. Is it substantially correct? Yes. Any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
Or plead guilty to possess a controlled substance. The first degree, case 21 CR 025, you shall receive. A sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. You shall pay a fine of $1,250 plus court costs amount. How much?
155.
So, $1,405, is that correct? $1,405, is that correct? Okay.
I don't know.
You shall obtain gainful employment.
Possession.
Okay, then there you agree. What sort of arrangements can you make to pay this money?
Probably need a few months at least.
Well, I know, but you're gonna be making monthly payments. I don't, can you pay $50 a month?
I got $100 a month.
$100 a month, okay, well, your first payment is due 30 days from today. I'll give you some time. You need to meet with the probation parole officer.
Judge, it may have been an oversight on my part, but was there a $1,250 fine? in the
Yes.
Agreement, I may have slipped my mind.
Yes, yes, it was.
Okay.
So you agree? Okay. Thank you. Justin Lynch. Justin Lynch, 22 CR 004. Are you Justin Lynch?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1975?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 7597.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for a pretrial conference. You move to the left here a little bit, move to the left. Mr. Stockton, what do you have?
I don't have anything because Mr. Shepherd was representing my signature trial, so I was going to ask for a trial date because we weren't getting anywhere, so I guess Mr. Kraus wants to negotiate.
Well, I think that would be good, and we may have some motion practice. I did enter an appearance or a notice of substitution yesterday. Stockton did not receive this.
Wouldn't matter anymore.
Right.
It's like.
Okay, well,
What you think?
negotiation day for the 24th. Okay, and then the next court day on March the 2nd. Since we have a late minute substitution here, I want you to advance this on the docket. We'll set a trial with you, okay? Thank you. You have those 2 days down that you're supposed to be here, sir? Okay, well, both of them are conditioned of your bond. Richard Mason. Commonwealth versus Richard Mason, 23 CR 0007 for arraignment. Are you Richard Mason?
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1983.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of your social security number are what?
5063.
Okay, you represented by counsel. I'm going to return the indictment here. You have a right to remain silent. You have questions, step up from the podium and ask your attorney. The grand jury of Clinton County returned an indictment charging you with theft and law, taking a disposition more than 1,000, but less than 10,000. You understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
You acknowledge the identity of your client receiving that in the way formal, we can write there, please not give you reserving all pre-trial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
We will set February 24th for negotiation, March the 2nd for the next court appearance. Both those are conditions of your bond. You understand that?
Your Honor.
Okay. Wesley McGaw. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Wesley McGaw. 23 CR 002. Are you Wesley McGaw?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's your year of birth?
625, baby.
1970 is your year of birth. The last 4 digits of your social security number are
8985.
you're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have counsel present. You have your right to remain silent. If you have any questions, step over to the podium and ask me. Okay. The grand jury of Clinton County returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, wait formal legal arraignment, everybody not guilty, reserving all pre-trial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
You'll be here on February 24th at 9 a.m. for negotiations, and then here next court day on March 2nd. Both those are conditions of your bond. I'll sign a reciprocal discovery order and you'll get some information concerning things.
Thank you.
Yeah. Cody Perry. Commonwealth versus Cody Persian, 22 CR 0038. And 22 CR 0035. You are Cody Persian,
Yes,
born in 1996.
yes, sir.
What are the last 4 digits of your social security number?
2329.
Wait, what do we have, Mr. Yeah, I'm gonna move to the left a little bit. What do we have, Mr. Scott?
And Ms. Harvard, it's the same situation. I need to contact the medical team. We have
So he'll be back here on March the 2nd.
Yeah,
Okay, March the 2nd.
all right.
Kathy Phillips. Commonwealth versus Kathy Phillips, 23 CR 0003. Are you Kathy Phillips?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1979.
Yes, sir.
What are the last 4 digits of your social security?
6652.
You're here for the purpose of arraignment and you're represented by counsel. You have the right to remain silent. If you have any questions about what's happening, yes, the policy still working the podium and ask your attorney. Okay. The grand jury of Clinton County has charged you with operating a motor vehicle with an expired license. Insurance. No expired registration. Plate. Resisting arrest. Possession of controlled substance, methamphetamine. Possession of marijuana. And disorderly conduct. You understand those charges? You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive indictment, wait formal written arraignment, enter plea not guilty, the judge and all plea trial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you should be back on February the 24th for negotiations at 9 AM. And then your next court date's March the 2nd at 9 AM. Both of those are conditional your bond. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nancy Raines. Nancy Raines. Is Nancy Raines here? What's she charged with?
It's a theft. She's in co-defendant theft case, Your Honor.
Issue of bench warrant, held without bond. Jason Savage. Issue of bench warrant, held without bond. Joseph Wallace.
Hey, make some sense.
Joseph Wallace. Are you Joseph Wallace?
Okay.
Are you Joseph Wallace?
Yes, sir.
What year were you born, Joseph?
1972,
What are the last 4 digits of your social security number?
673.
You're on 22 CR 0017, a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton,
Your Honor, he just got back out of rehab. We can have one day with Mr. Kraus, so we can negotiate this.
negotiation day on February 24th and the next court date on March 2nd, both of them conditions your bond, okay? Jason Savage. Commonwealth versus Jason Savage, 22 CR 0081. Are you Jason Savage? You're here in 22 CR 0081, born in 1981.
Yeah.
Last 4 digits, social security number 3224.
Yes.
What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Mr. Rain,
Mr. Savage, you move over to the left here to let Mr. Stockton get behind the podium.
many names going through my head. Mr. Savage and his attorneys made the proposal on this case. When we have a break here in a minute, I need to call the victim. If he'll just hang around, we may be able to resolve this case here pretty quick.
Okay, just have a seat back there in the courtroom. Call the warrant, yeah. Ty Webb. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Ty Webb, 22 CR 0082. Are you Ty Webb? Were you born in 1988? Last four digits, social security number 3821. We're here for a pretrial conference. Was it Commonwealth? Mr. Will, you move over this way just
I've
to.
been informed Mr. Webb doesn't have a restitution paid until March 2nd. If he does not have a problem.
I didn't get behind the
This
podium.
is a case involving restitution. I've had to go back to grand jury and do another charge today. I'd asked that Mr. Webb be under the same bond, even if he charged.
Okay.
And it asked that on the, he says that he thinks he can have restitution paid by March 2nd. And if he does, that'll take care of the case. If not, I'll do it Friday.
Well, let's have restitution made a little bit before then, so we'll know whether he has to be here or not.
Okay.
You want him here either way?
So he'll be here on the 24th. We should know.
Okay, you come for negotiation on the 24th. And then back here on March the 2nd, both of them are conditions of your bond, okay? Thank you very much. Okay, well, that concludes the in-person except for Jason Savage, so we'll go off the record until 10 a.m. when we come back and we'll do jail document. Thank you.
Now, broke your own.
Yes.
Civil case. Thank you.
Go off the record. Hold out over here too.
My baby. I'm sure you could go in them places.
real quick. He's the last one from the in-person group.
Okay. Let's go back on the record. Commonwealth versus Jason Savage. You want Mr. Savage behind the microphone? What do we have with?
Your Honor, I wasn't able to make contact with the victim in this case, so if we just pass it to March 2nd, February 24th, I think we're in talk.
February 24th for negotiations at 9 a.m. and March 2nd at 9 a.m. are your next two appearances, both of them condition your bond, okay? Okay, we have Dare County, are you on the line?
Yes, we are here.
Okay, we're ready for Mr. Whitlow. Ms. Costello, are you present? I see.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 22 CR 0083, Commonwealth, Kentucky versus James Whitlow. Are you James Whitlow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wayne County, could you turn your camera off just for a second? Till we get to you. Thank you. Mr. Whitlow, I understand that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily entered?
Yes,
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0083?
yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir. No, sir.
Discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes,
Have you reviewed all the evidence the Commonwealth has against you, and you believe you're fully informed about your case?
yes,
You do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speak trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. Do you understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights? You understand that?
yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will wait to pre-sentence investigation board and probation pro. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Now listen very carefully, sir, as Mr. Stockton recites what the recommendation is. Mr. Stockton.
Yes, Your Honor. It is, Whitlow will plead guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance first degree, receive a sentence of 9 years to serve. The Commonwealth will oppose probation and shock probation, and he'll pay court costs at discretion of the court. And all drugs and drug paraphernalia in this case will be dismissed, be destroyed, and all other charges in this case will be dismissed.
Is that what your understanding is of the recommendation, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty of the acts in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing this of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights that I've read to you, is it your desire to enter a plea and allow the court to fix your punishment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understand that by entering guilty plea, any future convictions could be enhanced under persistent felony offender law.
Yes, Your Honor.
Stella, will you hold the document up to the camera there? And sir, is that your signature on that document?
Yes, sir.
I will accept a plea and order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. And the next in the sentencing shall be at the next Cumberland County Rule Day, which will be on February the 23rd. Okay.
Thank you, Your
very
Honor.
much. Yeah. Dare County, I guess you're excused now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's all I have too, Your Honor, if I could be excused.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
I'm gonna go to, I guess Russell County. We just have one person in Russell County. Russell County, are you on there? I don't see Russell County on there. Wayne County. Wayne County, I saw you previously. Wayne County.
Probably is the lead officer.
Elmer Neal. Commonwealth versus Elmer Neal, 22 CR 0076. Are you Elmer Neal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're here for a pretrial conference. What do we have in this case, Mr. Stockton?
A felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Neal, what is your year of birth?
4/14/66,
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
1141.
Okay. A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea in 22 CR 0076. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0076?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, sir.
You need to move over this further because it's blocking the camera. Okay, thank you. Have you reviewed, do you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea here today.
Yes,
You
sir.
have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you fully understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence. Right to call witnesses in your favor. The right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt you're guilty of a charge. You understand that by entering a guilty plea, that you give up those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply the range of sentence allowed by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and be able to proceed to trial. Now, listen very carefully about what the Commonwealth says to offer us. Mr. Stockton.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Neal will plead guilty to criminal possession of a forced instrument, 2nd degree, 3 counts. He'll receive a sentence of 2.5 years on each charge to run concurrently for a total of 2.5 years to serve. The Commonwealth opposes probation and shock probation. He'll pay court costs at discretion of the court.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights, explain to you, is still your desire to proceed with this plea and allow the court to set your punishment.
Yes,
You
sir.
understand that by entering a plea, any future convictions of felonies could be enhanced under persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have the document there? Okay. Did you sign a document? Is this your signature? This document you signed here has your signature that was witnessed by your attorney? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct, sir? You signed the plea agreement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll accept the agreement, order pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole, and have scheduled sentencing for March the 2nd.
Judge, he's a state inmate. I don't know if the court will.
Are you, is he a state inmate? Okay, well, if he wants to waive his pre-sentence investigation report, we'd be glad to do that. You want to waive that? Go ahead, so you don't have to
Yes,
come back
sir.
here to court.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
well, I'll go ahead and sign the judgment on the thing. As a state inmate. Nita Neal, so. Nita Neal. Is that how you pronounce your name, Nita?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Nita Neal, 21 CR 0004. Nita Neal, is your birth year 1973?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 8417.
Yes,
We're
sir.
here today on a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say? In 21 CR 0004.
Your Honor, Ms. Neal has a 12-month sentence on trafficking and controlled substance, second degree, first offense. She was granted probation. She was admitted to inpatient treatment at the Women's Hope Center on 10/4/2022. And she was discharged on 11/29/22 because she left without permission. She concealed her whereabouts from probation parole and didn't turn herself in. So we're asking the court to revoke her sentence.
Yeah, anything to say? Stipulate.
Well, Judge, I don't disagree that she left treatment against advice or without permission, but I would like to have Nita testify.
Raise your right hand. Swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may inquire.
Hey, Nita, do you remember when you would have arrived approximately at the rehab center?
I'm not for sure.
Well, how long were you there? Do you know
I was
that?
there for, over 2 months.
And had you progressed any while you were there as far as phases or anything like that?
Yeah, I was going to phase 1.
We don't dispute that you left, obviously. What was your reason for leaving?
Oh, my reason for leaving, I didn't get to see my family. They didn't, my grandkids, I didn't get to see them, and I got to missing them, and I just left.
Okay, now, did you contact Probation Pro when you left?
No. Only talked to them up there.
Okay, and when were you arrested on this warrant?
December the 27th or 29th one.
Okay. And why is it that you were ordered by Probation Pro to go to rehab?
It's because of the IV using.
Was there a drug screen? Or
Yes.
admission to drug use?
I missed one dirty.
Okay. And what is it you'd like to see in lieu, instead of revocation, the court to do?
I was gonna see if I can do the IOP.
Okay, I'm finished there. Okay, I'm going to revoke the probation. Ms. Neal cannot pick and choose what sort of she goes, or everybody that gets incarcerated misses her family has some reason. And so I hope that after she gets revoked, she'll receive some treatment, can turn her life.
Judge.
Microphone on. Simpson County, you need to turn the microphone on. Western Kentucky Correctional, you'll be next. If you'll turn your camera off till we call you, I'd appreciate it, okay? Simpson Commonwealth versus Brandon Hall. Are you Brandon Hall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1982?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3773. You're here on 22 CR 00044 at pretrial conference. What do we have, Mr. Stockton?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Judge, not quite. We do have an agreement. I do not have signed paperwork. I tried to communicate with them to email it or fax it to them and have it faxed back. And just wasn't able to get that
Is the
done.
felony plea with time to serve?
Yes, but there's no signatures.
I'm just asking you
Yeah,
because of his incarceration.
Yeah, he's already stayed in.
Okay, so we don't have the paperwork, we haven't been able to get the paperwork to you. Mr. Hall, your attorney will get that paperwork down there. You're already a state prisoner. So,
It may be that I come have a face-to-face visit.
yeah, he said your attorney says he might want to come down and have a face-to-face visit with you. So you can make sure any questions that you have about the two sentences and how they will run with each other, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Simpson County, you're excused. We'll set this back on the docket for March the 2nd, and thank you all for your cooperation.
Thank you.
Now we'll go to Western Kentucky Correctional. You'll turn your camera back on. Western Kentucky Correctional.
They aren't on.
They're what?
That was Russell County, I think, that had somebody up.
Well, Western Kentucky Correctional was up. I saw them in Hicksville.
They are not on there now.
Okay, they're not on there now.
And Judge, I felt like you had entered an order in that motion
Okay.
already.
Okay, it was motion appealed by, I guess, Brandon.
It was one that we had the hearing on back in the spring and we went ahead and entered an order denying.
Okay, let's go. I don't think we have anything else at Russell County, do we?
Scott.
Yeah, well, let's go to Russell County. Robbie Scott. Russell County. Turn your camera on. Russell County. I don't. Russell County, this is, are you Robbie Scott?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is 21 CR 0069, Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Robbie Scott. Mr. Scott, were you born in 1980?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are 0087.
Yes, sir.
We're here on a probation revocation. Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say in this case?
Your Honor, this is a case where Mr. Scott pled guilty to theft by unlawful taking under $500, received a 12-month sentence. He was probated for 2 years. He tested positive for methamphetamine on October the 14th, was confirmed positive for that date. Then he was directed to report on November the 1st. He never reported. He was unable to be located by probation and parole and was listed as absconding.
What do you have to say, counsel?
Judge, we don't disagree with the allegations. We were hoping that the Commonwealth would consider and the court would consider a sanction and allowing him to either participate in SAPO or be considered for drug court.
Mr. Stockton, how do you feel about drug court?
Well, I've thought about it. This is a case where Mr. Scott and his brother were both charged with theft, and we had it set for trial and the conflict arose. I offered drug court numerous times, tried to get them to go into drug court. And then when you get caught, you want drug court. So I'm not agreeable at this time. He wasn't agreeable then. I'm not agreeable now. So you can either sanction him or revoke him.
Okay, well, we're going to revoke the probation. And I guess this was a probationary thing, not a pretrial diversion, correct?
That's correct. It's a probated misdemeanor.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now we'll go to I guess Wayne County's camera is still on. Are we finished with Wayne County? Yeah, Wayne County, you're excused. Clinton County. Russell County, we're finished with Russell County. They're excused. Okay, let's go. I guess we have a special prosecutor in this case. What's your case, counsel?
It's Commonwealth versus Daniel Young.
And you need to get behind the podium here. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Daniel Young. You have Daniel Young there. Say sentencing, is that what it says?
Yes.
Yes, okay, you are Daniel Young.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, you were born in 1978.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 0400. Okay, I want the Commonwealth. Have you seen a pre-sentence investigation report?
I'm not trying.
You what?
Well, I have not reviewed that yet, Your Honor. I haven't found it out at this point.
Well, this is a situation where Mr. Young previously had a felony conviction. And the facts of the case were that he called in to the local police establishment and said that he was exchanging gunfire for someone. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Then the local police went out there to investigate the situation and discovered the reason you were appointed as special prosecutor, your office is that Mr. Young had hidden the weapon that he was using over in our Commonwealth attorney's father's vehicle. They went over there to recover it after Mr. Young saw it was over there, and they found body armor and a weapon over there and him. The reason I've insisted on taking a close look at this is because with his previous use of a firearm and involvement with police officers and what the other felony was. Mr. Young, I don't know Mr. Young, but Mr. Young seems to be a prime suspect of being on the 5 o'clock news with someone who's already a convicted felon, is out there with a firearm and body armor using a weapon. Now, when you offered this agreement, did y'all consider any of that?
We have, Your Honor, at least as to the nature of the charges and the facts that led up to the charge. I wasn't aware of the body armor, but I'm filling in for Matthew Leverage, who was initially working this. To be honest with you, I've kind of got the surface information, but I've not investigated the case personally. I do have some notes from Matthew where he had spoken to the officer. I believe it was he's currently the sheriff. I believe it was Officer Markham. And he has investigated the facts of that. I didn't have anything in my notes about body armor, but I did.
Well, I know about it because when they disqualified, there was some conversations with your boss, you know, about that. What do you have to say about this, Mr. Cross? You move over that way.
Thank you, John. Your Honor, the court's correct. There was the call was made by Daniel himself to the police stating he had somebody shooting at him and he shot back, somebody in the woods or whatever. That was never substantiated. The court's correct in that there was body armor and weapons found in MacArthur Stockton's, I believe, in his truck. They were found there because Mr. Young himself reported to the investigating officer where they were. Mr. Young was a convicted felon based on his 2011 conviction for wanton endangerment. He did-
Involving police officer.
Yes, correct. As I say, that's been over 13 years ago. Since that time, he has had multiple DUIs, but nothing else. He's had DUIs 14, 16, and 18. Well, he no longer drives. He's going to be on supervised probation. I'm looking for Perry Talbot to pop in the door anytime. He had to go to Monticello. Perry is his employer, one of the most respected business people in Clinton and Cumberland County.
We heard from him previously in this.
I believe we did.
We did, and I believe I allowed this gentleman to get out on work release if Mr. Talbot would come pick him up and take him back, and that became too burdensome, and he quit doing that.
No, he's still doing that.
Okay.
Okay, and Perry's testimony would be in the situation is Perry picks him up every day anyway, when he's out of jail, because Daniel lives in the Huntersville community, and Perry lives down.
Okay, but this, I appreciate that he works. My problem is a convicted felon, he had, the charges were, threatening or menacing or the police officers and wanton endangerment, I guess, was on the police officers. And then he's got body armor, a long gun, and a handgun, which he is firing at somebody. And they go over there, if I remember the factual situation of it, and find the shells laying there. And then inquire where the weapons are.
Right.
So it's not like he just volunteered up. He reported he was shooting. So I guess there had to be a gun. And now he's got these weapons concealed over there. And he's firing. It sounds like to me that, and I'm just extrapolating that this gentleman was firing his weapon out there and self-reported. You know, because maybe he was afraid somebody, what was he doing with the weapon? Why did he have body armor? Why did he have a long gun? Why did he have a handgun?
Your Honor, all I could do was speculate, but I think it's reasonable to say that most people in Clinton County, whether they've been convicted of a felony or not, own weapons, particularly if they live in a rural area, particularly if they're male. Now, is that against the law? Yes. That's why he's pleading guilty, Your Honor. That's why he's got 94 days in jail and accepting a 5-year sentence. So I understand what the court's saying, but this man's going to be monitored by two people, the probation and parole officer and Perry Talbot. He's worked for Perry for years.
Let's leave Perry out of this, okay?
Well, but he's an important.
Well, I mean, I understand that. That's the reason why I gave the concession, allow him to get out and work. And I appreciate Mr. Talbot. I appreciate somebody working. I appreciate it. But you got someone who's got multiple DUIs and handguns and is out shooting weapons and concealing stuff. This bothers me. I will agree to accept this plea if one of the additional 5 years is consecutive to others, and I will probate. So but if you don't want to do that, we'll try.
Okay. Well, I think what I'd need to do is go down to the jail this morning
Talk to him.
and speak to him.
Okay, we'll reschedule the sentencing in this on March.
Well, Judge, I'd like to get it done today if we can. It won't take me long to go down there.
Well, if he's willing to do that.
Wait a few minutes.
Yeah, sorry, I thought maybe this afternoon.
No, I want to go because we're anxious to get this done.
So they give it
It'd be 5 on top of 5 is what you're saying.
5 on top of 5, so we have 10 years.
Let me
10 years probated, and I want some restrictions on the thing on where he is and waiving his 4th Amendment rights on searching wherever he lives, that sort of thing, as far as weapons are concerned. I don't want him around any weapons, and this cavalier, well, everybody does it. It doesn't matter to me. Anybody is a convicted felon in this county that has a long gun and body armor and a weapon out shooting can expect to go to the penitentiary, you know.
I'll be right back. Thank you.
Jeremy Albertson. Commonwealth versus Jerry Albertson. Are you Jerry Albertson?
Yes, sir.
That's him.
Are you Jerry Albertson?
Yes, sir.
Jeremy Albertson?
Jeremy,
What's your year of birth?
January 13th, 2004.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
6324.
Are you here today on
Is Chad with or without?
5 indictments, 22 CR 0079, 22 CR 0060, 22 CR 0059, and 22 CR 58, 22 CR 57. Mr. Stockton, what do you have? Mr. Stockton? Mr.
Yeah,
Stockton, what do you have?
yes, Your Honor. My understanding is that he's considering a plea offer that I've given him. I don't know if he's ready to accept it yet or not.
Judge, I've been to see him 2 occasions to discuss the most recent
You're
plea.
gonna have to speak up.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Can you hear Mr. Albertson, what's going on?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Judge, I went down to see Mr. Albertson to speak to him about these cases, and there's a blanket offer regarding both the cases, or all 5 of the cases. He wants some time to go over that with his family and consider that, Judge, so we would ask to set it for another pretrial and a discussion.
What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
That'll be fine. There's about 17 felonies and 5 cases, so I'm not going to, I'll give him another 30 days to think about it.
That's the young man that was.
You want him there on the negotiation day?
Yes, Your Honor.
It'd be present for negotiation day on February 24th. And the next appearance will be March the 2nd.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Randy Brumley.
Okay, you said do it with prejudice, and I did not have to.
Randy Brumley. Commonwealth versus Randy Brumley. Are you Randy Brumley?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on 18 CR 0083. Mr. Brumley, were you born in 1963?
Yes, sir.
1963.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of social security number 0987.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on a probation revocation. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, this is a 3-year sentence on possession of controlled substance, 1st degree. Mr. Brumley absconded in January of last year, and my understanding is he's going to stipulate to the revocation.
That's correct, Judge. Okay, I'll go ahead and revoke the probation. Then. Thank you very much. David Carrender. David Carrender. Commonwealth versus David Carrender, 22 CR 0078, 22 CR 0064, 22 CR 0063, 22 CR 0062. Mr. Carter, were you born in 1993?
Sir.
Last 4 digits of social security number 0416.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here today on 22 CR 0078, 64, 63, and 62. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, I've been negotiating with Mr. Sheffett. I guess I'm waiting on a response on this case.
Well, Judge and Jesse, it's my understanding that what happened with Mr. Albertson cases would have some influence on how this was resolved. So I would ask for those same dates as Mr. Albertson got. Their co-defendants and 3 of the 4 or all
I'll
4.
agree to that, Your Honor. If they're not willing to enter a plea on the 2nd, I'll set them for trial.
February 24th for negotiation, March the 2nd for the next court appearance. Cody Daly.
That's in the rain.
Thank you.
Cody Daly. Are you Cody Daly? Are you Cody Daly?
Yes.
Okay, this is 23 CR 0006. Mr. Daly, were you born in 2002?
Yes.
Last four digits of your social security number is 7105.
Yes.
You're here for the purpose of arraignment. Is this one of your cases?
It is, Judge.
Okay, Office of Public Advocacy is continuing representation. You have the right to remain silent, sir. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with burglary in the third degree, criminal trespass, and criminal mischief. You understand those charges?
Yes.
You, counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, received indictment, await formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pre-trial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll set a negotiation day on February 24th and next court date is March the 2nd.
Judge, I would like to address this bond.
What is it? Yeah, this is. Well, he can't make a clerk approved surety.
Clerk is pretty tough with his standards. He does have a family member. His mom has been in communication with me throughout the case, and she's here.
She own any property?
She does not, to my knowledge. Or I'm sure she would have already posted it. So I would ask the court to consider allowing her to maybe.
Well, I mean, it's 20. Does she have any bank account? What does she have? Is there no one else that would just sign? It doesn't cost anything to sign a bond.
I think the answer to that is there is no one else, and folks come in, they are scrutinized. I mean, they're not just anybody.
They're supposed to be.
Right. So, but she,
there's no reason to have a surety if they can't be charged, can't live up to the surety.
But he would be residing with her. I have confidence.
Is he a worker? Do you work, Mr. Daly?
Well, not at the moment, but yes, I'm well known, working for everything I have
When's
had.
the last time you worked? When's the last time you worked?
Well, I worked for Donnie Cross. I used to rent off of him, and every time I worked for him, he knocked it off my rent. It's been about.
I'm asking you when the last time, when is the last time you worked?
About 3 months ago.
And how long did you work there when you worked 3 months ago?
Well,
how long did you work when you worked 3 months ago? How long had you been employed?
For about 6 months.
Okay, and how long before that was it that you worked?
It's about the first job I had, except for stripping tobacco or something like that. I'm gonna get paid up underneath the table.
You got what?
I get paid.
Yep. Paid under the table, he said.
Paid under the table. Okay, that's good.
As I think most people who strip tobacco.
Everybody in Clinton County gets paid under the table and have your felons with convicted guns, I guess. So
Majority, Your Honor.
yeah, vast majority.
Correct.
Well, if he gets a public job, somewhere, I will let him out with an ankle monitor and let his mother sign. If he gets a public job, so we'll know where he's at. And so, yeah, he calls y'all and reports he's got a job, y'all can call free trial about it, and they'll call me, okay? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna let the grand jury come in now. And then we'll continue down the road here. You're gonna have to explain to him about getting a job, I think,
Your Honor, we can take up the Daniel Young case if the court's convenient, please.
We'll go to grand jury.
All right.
Okay, everyone can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the grand jury. Thank you for being here today. Have you completed your work? Who's the foreperson? Foreman, you stand up. Okay, have 9 or more of the members of this grand jury agreed on the document that you have in front of you? Okay, if you present it to the bailiff, you can have a seat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the grand jury, I've reviewed your document. It appears to be in order. I've signed an order that will require either, we'll set bonds on these things. If there's someone that's already incarcerated, however, and I believe one of these indictments, previously, Mr. Stockton, you mentioned that you wanted the same bond on. Is that correct? You need to turn your microphone on.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, if the person is already incarcerated, we'll usually do a summons on them. If they're not, we'll do a warrant on them. They'll be picked up. Pretrial will interview them. They'll contact me and we'll see if there's any bond modification. And the purpose of a bond is to make sure the person appears, and if they're dangerous, to protect the public. Those are the 2 prongs that we look at. We try to make it where someone can afford to make a bond. And that's the reason pretrial looks at all of them, to see if they've got a history of appearing when they're supposed to and that sort of thing. I thank y'all very much for your attendance here today. The next day you'll be here is on March the 2nd, unless you're called in for a special grand jury. It's not ordinary for us to do that, but the days we live in, you can't ever tell when there might be an insurrection or something like that you might be called in, or some sort of horrendous act that we might need you to come in before then. We appreciate your service. This court cannot operate without grand jury making the decisions on who's charged. So we will see you next on March 2nd, God willing. You're excused. Thank you.
All right.
Everyone can be seated. Thank you. We'll take up Daniel Young out because of the special prosecutor. What do you have to report?
Your Honor, I went and met with Mr. Young, and Mr. Young would like to proceed with the final sentencing.
Now, what kind of supervision can you have with Mr. Young? How frequently do you have to check on him? Well, for a while here, I want you to do every week, okay? That's my request of you. You're such a branch of government, I realize. So, where's a pre-sentence investigation? Mr. Young, you've previously been identified. Did you have an opportunity to talk to your attorney about the pre-sentence investigation report?
Yes, Your Honor, we have. There's no issue with it.
Well, let me talk to him. He needs to tell me that for the record. Okay. He came down and told you about the modification. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, upon a plea of guilty and the defendant's motion to enter guilty plea, The defendant is to serve on, I'll have to make sure we get the numbers right on this. On the first conviction on a felony in possession of handgun, he shall receive 5 years. On the second conviction, felon in possession of a handgun, he shall receive 5 years. On the third conviction of convicted felon in possession of a firearm, he shall receive 5 years. 2 of those sentences shall run concurrently and consecutively to the third conviction for a total of 10 years, probated for 5 years, subject to strict supervision. And I've requested probation and parole as they do their analysis to have weekly visits. Now, any drug paraphernalia or contraband should be disposed of in accordance with law. Now, Mr. Young, I want to tell you something. I'm very concerned about you having these firearms and your continued abuse of alcohol. I hope that you're off of alcohol and drugs. But I'm going to watch you very closely. And if you violate around any firearms, you violate anything, I don't want you to even be around anybody in a car or in your house or anywhere where there are any firearms. You understand that?
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. We haven't done Matthew Denny yet. Commonwealth versus Matthew Denny. Matthew Denny. Commonwealth versus Matthew Denny. 22 CR 0083 0049, 21 CR 0055, 20 CR 0076, and 20 CR 0047. Are you Matthew Denny?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1986?
Yep.
Last 4 digits of your social security number 7916?
Yep.
Okay. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Yeah, this is one where Mr. Sheffield's getting up to speed. Tom Carroll was representing on some of the cases. I don't know what his status is with him yet, if he's ready to do anything or not.
Judge, I need a little more time on, I got all the discovery on 22 CR 83 that I'm aware of that's out there.
Be here for negotiation on February 24th. And the next court day, March the 6th, okay? And you'll be to see Mr. Denny, is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Denny, he'll be to see you as we roll off your cases together, see if you get them all resolved, okay?
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Austin Edwards. Austin Edwards. Versus Austin Edwards. Are you Austin Edwards?
No, I am. It's time to kill niggers. I shot down
Were you born in 1999? Is this Mr. Cross's client?
February 22nd, 99. It's time to kill niggers. I shot down the start.
Last 4 digits of your social security number of 5883. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Now, Mr. Cross, is this your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stockton, we're here on a pretrial conference. What do you have to say?
We're waiting on KCPC to evaluate him, Your Honor.
KCPC, you frog. You're gonna turn into a fucking frog. Look at you.
Your Honor, this is the case where Mr., if I may speak, Mr. Edwards is deemed not be.
What do you want to set out for? April 13th?
That'd be fine, Your Honor, and I will call him personally and see if I can get a rush.
We'll see him on April 13th. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Judge, I know if I may address the court. Judge Lovelace used to have some means to try to get these people in quicker than usual, and Mr. Edwards has waited and waited. I don't know.
Mr. Stockton said he was going to contact them.
Well, the problem is, Your Honor, I learned at the prosecutors conference under 202C, KCPC has to care for people in-house that are convicted of class A and B felonies. that are not competent to stand trial. So they're starting to fill up that way, and they're short staffed and their directors left. So we'll do the best we can, but that's the situation with them. It was a topic at our conference.
I would encourage the court to assist in this if you can.
I feel
This young
encouraged.
man
Thank
stopped
you for your
driving down there at
encouragement
all.
with that. But, you know, KCPC does whatever. I would release Mr. Edwards if you'd like for him to stay at your home with you during the intervening.
Your
time.
Honor, I will address that same way that I did to Mr. Donnie Edwards, who's here, and Donnie would like for him to come home, and I said, Donnie, the condition he's in, you're not safe.
That's exactly right.
So
So we'll handle it.
Yes.
Okay, best we can. James Irwin. Commonwealth versus James Irwin. James Irwin, are you James Irwin? This is 22 CR 0055, a pretrial conference. You James Irwin?
Yes, sir.
What's your year of birth then, Mr. Irwin?
6673, sir.
Okay, and what are the last four digits of your social security number?
9756.
Okay, we're here today on the pretrial conference that we have. Mr. Stockton?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Irwin, a motion has been filed that says you wish to enter plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 00055?
Yes,
Are you
sir.
the same person?
Yes,
Is your judgment impaired today?
No, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No,
You
sir.
had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under Kentucky and United States Constitution. You do not have to enter a guilty plea today. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront, cross-examine all witnesses, call and testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you get charged against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that,
Yes, sir.
sir? Okay. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to reporting the recommendation, I'll wait a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Mr. Irwin will plead guilty of sexual abuse, first degree, class D felony, receive a sentence of 5 years to serve. The Commonwealth will oppose probation. He'll pay court costs at discretion of the court.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts that you charged with? That's the reason you're pleading guilty?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights is explained is still your desire to give up those rights, enter a plea and allow the court to fix your punishment within the range of law. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have a document here that says you signed this plea agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will accept the agreement, order pre-sentence investigation report, have sentencing schedule for March the 2nd. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Cody Key. Cody Key. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Cody Key. Are you Cody Key?
Yes.
Were you born in 1984?
Yes.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
2184.
You hear the purpose of arraignment. Mr. Cross is here. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with strangulation in the first degree and robbery in the first degree. You understand those charges? Mr. Cross, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
We will have Mr. Key here on the 24th for negotiations and on March the 2nd for the next court case. You have a motion for bond reduction.
I have, Your Honor. If I may initially address the court and would like to offer some bit of testimony. Your Honor, Mr. Key made I represented the district court. The district court set a $10,000 property bond, which he made.
You'll have to speak up a little bit.
I'm sorry, the district court preliminary hearing was conducted, told he had a $10,000 property bond in district court, which his family made. There was a complicating factor in regard to there had been an EPO issued and violating an EPO. Yes, I have paperwork from Ms. Parrish and where she has moved for that to be dismissed. I would also offer testimony from Ricky Markham, who is the investigating officer, and his testimony in a nutshell would be that the alleged robbery in this instance.
We're not going to try the case here. I want to talk about that.
I do, Your Honor, but when the court looks at strangulation and robbery, it looks very, very serious. But Mr. Markham's testimony would simply be that Mr. Sheffield lost his cell phone, or his cell phone came up missing, and it was ultimately returned. So when you look at the statutes on robbery, then all I wanted to do was you to understand that this does not appear to be anything as severe as would require.
Well, I heard testimony. Judge Costello did the EPO. Then I heard testimony in the case in Cumberland.
Yes.
And I don't believe that Mr. Key was forthcoming in that case, because the testimony in that case was that he put a headlock on this young lady and had roughed her up. And he said they just played like that. What he was saying, they were just playing like that. So I do think he has a propensity, knowing that information, sitting in another case. Now he's charged with strangulation. What does the Commonwealth have to say about this? Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, I'll send you this.
Okay, will you move over? Ms. Gordon Anderson.
Yeah, the Commonwealth would oppose any reduction of his bond. The victim is here today, and we're going to put on some testimony to rebut his motion today to reduce. And we think that Mr. Key is be dangerous, and his more than likely would end up reoffending if he's out.
Ms. Anderson, Mr. Key has a negligible prior criminal record, and he has not yet been convicted of this case, of this crime in this case. He works, he logs, he's a mechanic, he's got his own garage.
I know Mr. Key.
I know you do.
I know his whole family.
Yes.
I hold them in great esteem and affection. Okay. But that's what happens when you're a judge in a small district. You know everybody, you've interacted with everybody. There's something that bothers me about Mr. Key and his violent nature. testified in front of me previously about that, like it was no big deal. I'm telling you, when you put people in headlocks and get them anywhere around the neck and strangle them and things, it's not normal. And it's troubling to me. I'm gonna put any testimony on the bond reduction and use this one-time discretionary thing. I'll be glad to hear the testimony. We've got time to do that.
Call Ricky Markham.
Sheriff, you raise your right hand and swear the testimony about to give us the truth. I hope you can let me. Yes, sir. Sit there.
State your name, sir.
Ricky Markham.
Ricky, as the court said, we're not here to try the case, but could you relate to the court what the allegation or the basis of the robbery allegation was against Mr. Key?
Yes, the complaining
I'm
witness.
more interested in the strangulation. You know, a lot of people are charged with robbery, but go ahead and briefly describe the robbery situation.
Yes, sir. The statement from the victim stated that he was sitting in the back seat of Daniel Boston's SUV. He said that Cody turned around and grabbed him by the throat, hit him with, he thought was a pair of brass knucks or something heavy in his hand. And he said his phone was coming out of his pocket. And he said Mr. Key reached down and got the phone out of his pocket. Taylor said that he was able to try to defend and open the door and roll out the back door.
Now, in regard to medical treatment of Mr. Sheffield, did he seek and was he rendered medical treatment?
There is no knowledge that I have of any medical treatment.
But you investigated this. Did he have some bruises?
He
or
did,
marks
yes.
On his throat?
He did. There was marking and bruising around the tracheal area.
Okay, but no medical treatment?
No.
Okay. And I believe that's all I've got.
How would like to inquire?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few. Mr. Markham, did you examine the vehicle where the incident took place?
This is correct, yes.
What did you find in the vehicle?
There was some blood splatter in and around the back seat area of where Mr. Sheffield was sitting. There was also some blood around the camper to which he was living at as well.
Okay. And did you take any photographs?
We did, yes.
Sure.
You recognize these?
I do.
Let's use the Elmo. Mr. Henley, would you like to come up and help me use the Elmo?
I can assist him, Judge. If I could get Mr. Judge to help me, it could take both of them and my grandson. Here on the handle. And then that was the close-up of the handle. And this is a more general, taking a couple of feet away from the handle, showing some blood around not only the handle lever, but also the handle wrist.
And did you take any photographs of Mr. Sheffield?
Yes, I did.
You want those introduced as Exhibit A?
I do, Your Honor. Yeah, I do have it.
So
Please tell the board what these photographs are.
Yes, sir. This is Taylor's neck from the front. It's the top of the head. Front view of the forehead. And then a close-up view of the forehead.
And when did you take these photographs?
These were taken the next morning, so I would say about maybe 10 to 12 hours prior to the incident occurring.
I'm going to enter these to your.
The objection, the clerk will.
No objection.
Consider being. Give those to the bailiff for marking.
Through your investigation, did you discover any reason as to why this incident occurred?
Yes, this ended up being a co-investigation with Trooper Poole. He was working on a EPO domestic violence situation in Cumberland County. We had got a call that Mr. Sheffield couldn't be found by both his parents. They were concerned, and we went to the camper, which he's living out on 696. That was the reasoning for the call, and we tried to find him and locate him for quite some time. Chief Bell ended up stopping the vehicle that we were looking for at one of the local apartments. State that question again so I can get to you one more time. I got off track.
Just as to why this would have occurred.
Oh, yeah. So the investigation started with Trooper Poole, and then whenever it occurred, the female that they were involved in a relationship with, Mr. Key, Mr. Sheffield, had been involved in a relationship with the same lady, Bubba Boston, Daniel Boston. He came to his camper and said, "Hey, can you come out and sit in the back seat with me? I need to talk to you about something." It was in the back seat. It's when Mr. Sheffield alleged that he reached around and started to choke him and punch him inside the truck.
So it was over a girl.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Sean.
Sure, when you went to the Sheffield trailer, did you see any evidence of blood there?
Not outside, no. It was just on the handle of the camper. That's what started getting me to look further into it.
So the photographs that you showed us were not of Mr. Key's vehicle, they were of the camper.
No, the photos of the handle were the inside of the Cadillac Escalade.
And did Mr. Sheffield tell you that Mr. Key voluntarily stopped this attack, or?
No, he said he had to open the door and roll out to get away from it.
Okay. And did he say whether or not Mr. Key pursued him?
He said that he ran inside and shut the door. He said he didn't look out from that point on.
No further.
Just one more year ago. Are you aware of the relationship between Mr. Key and Ms. Heaven Mowers?
Yes, I think they have a child in common. It's my understanding.
Are you aware that she had filed for an EPO 2 days prior to this incident with Mr. Sheffield?
Whenever Trooper Poole arrived, we began sharing information. That's when I become aware of the totality of that situation.
Okay. Were you aware of the allegations, Mowers?
That day, yes, not prior to that, but whenever Trooper Poole arrived, that's when I was beginning to put the pieces together for the investigation.
Okay. Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Yeah, you may be excused.
Thanks, sir.
I called Mildred Key briefly, Your Honor.
You raise your right hand, you swear the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Lean toward the microphone there and state your name.
Mildred.
Just think the court knows, where do you live?
Live 1010 Cherry Tree Road, Brooksville, Kentucky.
Is Cody your son?
Yes.
Okay, tell the court what Cody's current occupation and living arrangements were before he went to jail.
He lived at 12079 Solana Road, Brooksville, Kentucky. And he is a logger. He's self-employed.
Does he also have a garage?
Yes.
Is that on Pavensburg as well?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, it's mine and Stevie's garage.
okay. You all own the property where he
Yes.
lives.
Yes.
Steve is your husband.
Yes.
Okay. So Cody's self-employed and working for other people as well in the
Yes.
garage. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
If he had to live in your all's home, could he live in your home if he's released?
Oh, yes.
That's all.
You don't have any questions, very good. You're excused.
Your Honor, that's all the witnesses I have. I do have somewhere on my desk a copy of the motion to dismiss the domestic violence order, which is pending before you, I think, on the next motion. They come from.
Okay, you want to make an argument?
Your Honor, may it please the court.
Yeah, can we call a witness?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna call paper. I mean,
You can if you want to, go ahead.
oh. Well,
Call witness.
Take claim. Roll call. Okay. Yeah, we'll call Mr. Taylor Shepherd.
Okay. You raise your right hand, please swear testimony about the case of truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Have a seat there and lean forward into the microphone there. And state your full name.
Samuel Taylor Sheffield,
Where do you reside?
here in Albany.
Okay, what's your address?
Oh, 311 Birch Road.
Okay, and are you familiar with Mr. Cody Key? Please tell the court what happened between you and him.
Daniel Boston and Cody, or Daniel pulled up in my driveway and I knocked on the door. And I went to the door and I seen who it was and just saying it was him. So I just told him to come on in. And he said, no, come out and talk to me for a second to my vehicle. And I could tell there's somebody in the passenger seat, but I didn't know who it was. And he told me to get in the back seat on the driver's side. And I got in and I seen it was Cody. And he started asking questions about Miss Myers and wanted to see my phone, I guess, to see if I'd been talking to her or whatever the case was there. And I went back inside and got it. And I come back out and I give it to him, you know. And I couldn't get into it at first. And then he just grabbed me by the throat and then went on there for about 2 minutes or.
What was he doing whenever he grabbed you by the throat?
What was he doing? Just tell me that I better not talk to her, better not be talking to her. And
How are you feeling whenever he had you by the throat?
couldn't hardly breathe,
How long did that last?
at least a minute or two. You know.
Then what happened?
And then he crawled in the back seat with me with her brass knuckles on, hit me in the forehead and the top of the head
How many times did he hit you?
4 or 5 times.
What was happening to you at that point?
I was fearing for my life, basically.
How did you get it to stop?
I popped the door handle open and fell out on the ground.
And what was your condition at that point?
I was bleeding. I couldn't see.
Speak a little louder.
I couldn't, I was bleeding, of course, from my forehead and I couldn't see really. So I went inside and tried to clean up the best I could.
And did you have any marks on you?
Yeah, I had around my throat. Then I had a cut here on my forehead, on top of my head here.
Did you go seek any medical treatment?
No.
Did you report it at all?
No,
Where was your cell phone?
it was with them,
Okay.
with Cody.
Did you ask for it back?
Yeah,
When did you ask for it?
before all this had happened, before all the altercation started, you know. I just never really thought nothing about it. I just want to brush it off and go on. And
Have you ever had any other incidents with Mr. Key?
yeah, prior,
Okay, can you please tell the court about that?
a couple of years ago, he come in, kicked my door in. We was in sleep,
Who's we?
me and Miss Myers.
So the girl that's a
Yes.
part of this?
And brass knuckles again. He beat me up pretty bad.
So this would be the second time he beat you up? Are you afraid of Mr. Key?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any questions of this witness.
Mr. Cross.
Mr. Sheffield, was most of this disturbance involving Mr. Key's concern over you being around his child?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, did you have a fight or trouble with someone else earlier that day?
No.
Okay. You indicate that Mr. Sheffield, that Mr. Key turned around and got you by the throat. And then he would have had to lose before he got to the back seat. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, so he clambered over the seat and still had you around the throat.
Over the center console of the vehicle.
Okay. And then you say he struck you with something you believe to be brass knuckles.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see those or did it just feel like
Oh, I could feel them.
you can feel them? You didn't see them. Okay. And then how long did that fight go on?
For a couple of minutes, probably 5 minutes.
Okay. And of course you were fighting back.
No, I was just trying to get out of the vehicle. At this point.
He got out and didn't follow you. Is that correct?
Yes.
He did not.
No,
follow
he
you?
did not follow me.
Okay. That's all I have.
No other questions.
Okay, do you have any other witnesses?
No other witnesses. I would just like to submit for the court, the records of the DVO that has been entered by the court. Got certified copies of it, as well as a certified copy of a previous DVO that was entered in 2021, which had been dismissed, but both of these were filed by Heaven Mowers. She is this all surrounds this case, and we would like to admit these as evidence for the court to review.
Yeah, see collection. So you have anything, you may be excused, and you can leave the court if you like, and stay the one you want to.
Your Honor, there's nothing else to submit other than we can file a copy of what Ms. Parrish has. I believe the court's probably aware that she's filed a motion to dissolve.
I'm not aware.
Okay, well, we'll just file that in the record.
And I'm going to tell you what, I'm not inclined necessarily to dismiss everything, anybody. They come and file these things and I have testimony of them, and then I don't know whether they've been threatened or whatever has happened to them. So I'll have to hear testimony. I'm not going to automatically just dismiss and bring it.
Understand that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, back on point, may please court here. We have a robbery charge and a strangulation charge. The robbery, the court's heard that a cell phone was given to somebody and not given back. The strangulation, the victim did not seek medical treatment of any sort. The defendant has, and I would like the court to inquire pre-trial, the defendant, I believe, is low risk. That's between you and pre-trial. And I think that allowing this defendant to make a property bond with conditions, and if you want to do the ankle monitor, the home incarceration, that's of course up to the court. But Cody Key, he works, he's got his own business establishment, he works in the law of woods. Minimal prior criminal record, and I believe that it would be appropriate for the court to take measures to ensure that he and Mr. Sheffield have no contact, no communication whatsoever.
I'm sure that'll be fine with Mr. Sheffield.
Yeah, I'm confident it would. And Your Honor, I want to make note, I attached Mr. Sheffield's criminal record to my motion regarding his bond. So he's not Lily White. He's got.
It's okay to assault and hit him with nuts because he's got a criminal record. That's what you're saying.
Judge,
Everybody in Clinton County does that.
Judge, if that's so, I wouldn't confine it necessarily to Clinton County. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
thank you very much.
That being said, the man's not been convicted. It's a very defensible case, in my opinion, without going into the nature of the defense. Bond is not to be punitive. It is to ensure the defendant's appearance, and also to ensure that other criminal.
And the
activities-
safety, don't forget the safety of the public.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And you put Cody Key on an ankle monitor and let him make a substantial property bond. And, you know, this, I hate, this is a bond for people that are accused of
Assault with a deadly weapon.
assault first.
Are nuts a deadly weapon? Are nuts a deadly weapon?
Judge, it's not been proven that.
I just asked you a question. I'm not, nothing's been proven. Nuts are a deadly weapon though, aren't they?
They can be.
Yeah, they are. Okay, what's the comment have to say?
Your Honor, I think that safety of the public is our main issue with this case. I think the most telling thing is the fact that a EPO had been filed 2 days prior to Mr. Key then going and assaulting Mr. Sheffield. I think that there shows that he is a danger to society, that he can be triggered, obviously, with something like that. He hasn't been found guilty yet, but the evidence is pretty strong that he has committed strangulation and has taken this individual's phone. Mr. Sheffield also testified this isn't the first time that this has happened, and that he is afraid of it. So I think that the bond is appropriate and to just secure the safety of the public.
What is the bond?
$100,000.
Cash or property? Okay. When can we schedule a trial? You have a trial calendar?
Yeah, I can address that. During the investigation of this matter here today is when the Commonwealth first became aware of the incident 2 years ago involving brass knuckles, which would have been assault 2 had he been indicted. And the incident in the car that we're dealing here today would be another assault 2 with brass knuckles. And I'm thinking that we will consider seeking indictments for those 2 offenses.
Your Honor, I respect the Commonwealth's position. I hope they will be able to validate their allegations about the brass nuts or not make those allegations. The complicating factor in this is Daniel Boston is the co-defendant. It is Mr. Boston who contacted my office and I've declined his representation because of the conflict. I think he's spoken to other counsel and I anticipate that he'll be surrendering. However, he's not before the court yet. So.
Is he indicted?
Yes, yes. So I believe last time I heard,
Where is he today, Mr. Cross? Did you talk to him here in Cumberland?
I don't represent him, but if I knew, I would. I don't know. He told me.
If you don't represent him, you can tell us anything.
Judge, you're wanting to expedite the trial of the case, and I'm saying there's a co-defendant.
Are you willing to try Mr. Key separately? Okay, well, let's just get your calendar out. Let's set a calendar. Because if he's wrongfully accused, he needs to have an opportunity. Okay, well, they have court here. Every Tuesday. What about March the 3rd?
I'm tied up that day, I'm sorry.
Okay. Y'all are keying the microphone back there. Okay. What about February the 24th?
Your Honor, that will not allow me sufficient time to prepare a defense based on the allegations of the so-called deadly weapon.
I'm trying to give him a speedy trial if he
Well, I
doesn't
know.
make bond. So I'm just trying to, that's the reason I'm putting it this close. Okay, what case did we settle today?
February the 21st.
Well, that's not, that was the
We got
air.
March 20th, I said,
I've got a social security here that day. And it didn't.
March the 20th is the heirs case. Is that gonna be?
that's what I meant. Still,
It's a lot of grief trying to move the social security.
Is that gonna be a 2-day case?
should be one.
Well, let's schedule it on the 21st, this case on the 21st.
We can do the 21st, Your Honor,
Okay,
and the 22nd if necessary.
but we always finish cases when we start them. you know. What? Well, that's a Tuesday though. Isn't it? Let's do it on the 22nd. 22nd,
Talking about March 22nd.
March the 22nd.
That will work for me, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the bond, that's not really on the
I'm
bond.
not gonna change the bond, I'm just speed trial. Okay, Commonwealth versus Jameson Malum. Commonwealth versus Jameson Malum. Are you Jameson Malum?
Yes, sir.
You're here for the purpose of arraignment. You represent the Office of Public Advocacy. Could I have your file for the arraignment? You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Clinton County concurring an indictment charging you with trafficking and controlled substance, first degree, trafficking in marijuana, and possession of drug paraphernalia, as well as receiving stolen property. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserve not to trial motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, again, your year of birth is 2003, last 4 digits of social security number 6011, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
We'll schedule a hearing on a negotiation date on February 24th and a trial on March 2nd.
Judge, I did want to inquire about his bonds.
What is this bond? Okay.
I don't know what his rating came back.
How many FTAs does he have? You'll have to schedule a hearing if you want any action on that, okay? Ryan Nally. Ryan Nally. Are you Ryan Nally?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1973, Mr. Nally?
No, sir, I was
Last
born
four
in,
digits, social security.
no, sir, I was born in 1982.
Give me the year again.
1982.
What year? 1982. We've got a little delay here, Mr. Nally, and so I was talking over you. I apologize. You're here today on 22 CR 00014 pre-trial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say, Mr. Stockton?
My understanding was he was going to enter a felony plea.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, this is
A motion has been tendered, says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Did you settle him?
no, it's not going to be trying cases the rest of the year in Clayton County.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Are you the same person named in the indictment 22 CR 00014?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and reviewed the evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir, I am.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have
Yes,
a
sir.
right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury. You have a right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have a right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor. You lose, the right to fight the Commonwealth through your own reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a plea of guilty, you give up all those rights. You understand that? Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will wait the pre-sentence investigation report, then probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence on you, you will have the right to withdraw your plea. You understand that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is the common, you understand what I just read to you? Okay, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Nally will plead guilty to burglary second degree and receive a sentence of 10 years.
Turn your camera on. Turn your camera on, Mr. Stockton.
Okay, sorry, Your Honor. I must have flipped. Upon a plea of guilty to complicity to commit burglary second degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years. He shall receive a sentence of 5 years on complicity to theft by unlawful taking. Those two shall run concurrently for a total of 10 years. He'll be probated for 5 years. He agrees to testify truthfully and cooperate against the co-defendant, Steve Bridgman. He'll be given credit for time served, and he'll be released at final sentencing, Your Honor.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the act that you're charged with?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will accept the plea order pre-sentence investigation report. You realize that after this plea, any future felonies could be enhanced. You understand that?
Yes, sir, I did.
As far as your sentences are concerned, okay. I will accept that and accept your signature and set a sentencing on March 2nd. I'm gonna take a quick break here.
Bad news, depending on how you want to hear it. So I voted for.
Turn the video off. Clinton County Jail, is your microphone on?
Where you need to know?
Okay,
Yes.
I got it. Thank you. We have Kenny Norris. Kenny Norris, are you Kenny Norris?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Norris was born in 1975.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 7611.
Yes.
You're here on 20 CR 0005 of probation revocation. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
You're on the last violation. I understand. He's got a 2-year sentence on criminal possession of a forged instrument. And this case has been going on for 2 years, and I don't have any record of him never making restitution in this case. And then he had some missed drug tests. And then the last thing he did was he didn't report in December of this year. An arrest warrant was issued and he was arrested. So I don't think he's ever going to comply with probation.
Counsel, what do you say?
Well, I don't know that I agree on the restitution payments. I'd defer to the clerk to see what's been paid and what hasn't. I think there have been some payments.
Yeah, it does show that you guys have relatively looking at it, the screen card about $440, but no payments, if they get the money, then the last payment will be somebody getting 22, the one for that October.
So, Judge, we don't dispute that he missed the report date in December. He got his dates mixed up. He has now been in jail for about 40 days, roughly, since being picked up at the end of December. I would ask the court to consider a sanction to allow him to get out and he can finish up the restitution payment. Sounds like he's about 2/3 of the way there.
You think you can report correctly, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Norris, you think you'll make a better effort at reporting if I let you out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna put these 40 days down as a sanction, not good time, okay? I'll let you out today and you need to call probation and parole when?
All right. Thank you.
Anyone come? She'll go down and get with you today before you get out, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Wesley Rains. Wesley Rains. Commonwealth versus Wesley Rains, 22 CR 0066 and 22 CR 0065. Are you Wesley Rains?
Yes, sir.
You're born in 2001.
Yes.
Last four digits of your social security number 6433.
Sir.
We're here today for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say? Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Mr. Cross and I have discussed this matter. We probably need till March the 2nd on it to reach a resolution.
Okay. Negotiation day on the 24th and the next motion day on March the 2nd. Both of them are conditions. Okay. William Stearns. That's the last one. Commonwealth versus William Stearns. Are you William Stearns?
Yes, sir.
You're here for pretrial conference on 22 CR 0066 and 22 CR 00065. Were you born in 2001, sir?
No.
What year were you born? 1976. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
1976. Okay. Last four
Yes.
digits, social security number 1641.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? So you're
Yeah.
here on 23 CR 0009 for arraignment. Office of Public Advocacy is still representing you on this 23 CR 0009. You have a right to remain silent. You've been charged with failure to comply with sex offender registry first offense. You understand that charge?
Sir.
Okay. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
You want a conference negotiation on February 24th and the next court appearance is on the 2nd.
Judge, I did want to address this bond. I'm not sure what it is. Right.
Yeah, he's filing. Stearns, yeah.
Your microphone's on, Mr. Stockton.
Okay.
Judge, I would.
You can schedule a hearing. I don't know anything about it, the case, so you can schedule a hearing if you want. Or you can reach an agreement to the Commonwealth. Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, does that conclude everyone we had at the Clinton County Jail? Clinton County Jail, do you have anybody else waiting there to talk to me?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you may be excused then. Now, I understand that we've had some tardy people that showed up here today. Who do you have here?
Judge, Amanda Jewell is my client. She was on sentencing this morning.
Mr. Stockton, you want to come out?
Yeah, I can.
Where were you this morning, Mr.
Working. I checked with Mr. Krause. He's compliant, everything was like it's supposed to be.
Yeah, well, I need to senator anyway, right? Joel, have you had an opportunity to look at the precinct's investigation report done by probation and parole? Is it substantially correct? Is it substantially correct? Born in 1998. Last 4 digits, social security number of 5232. Is there any reason why he should not be sentenced?
Next time I have you.
No, somebody has got a microphone on. Your microphone's on back there. On a plea of guilty to receiving stolen property over $1,000, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 2.5 years. The sentence is to run consecutively. Clinton Circuit Court Case 21 CR 0075, a sentence of 7.5 years for a total of 10 years, probated for 5 years. She shall pay the court cost. What's the court cost? $155. You pay that $30 a month for the payment starting 30 days today. Now, you're in the drug court, but we'll still have to schedule a sentencing on March 2nd.
This was her sentence, and she had.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she had pled.
I was looking at the plea agreement. I reread it. So this is the sentence in here. Okay. And you just need to meet with probation parole just for a second, even though you are in drug court. Is that right? Need some information on it? We call them warrant.
Your Honor, can Mr. Krause and I inquire about the
Yeah.
trial date? My understanding was we were going to set it on the 21st, and then we moved it to the 22nd of March because of district court. Is there any way we could start on the 21st? Because I've got scheduled to be out of town on the 23rd. So I would like to start on the 21st. I know it inconvenienced district court at one time.
I'll play that extra quarter, you know.
Yeah,
That'd be fine with me.
I apologize to Joe Lawson, there's like I need to, but I really need to start that early.
And I don't have anything down March 21st. Liz, you sure they are having court that day? Usually got stuff on, but not.
I just got confused on what I'm saying.
Well, you get confused by a lot.
I don't know.
Yeah, there is, that 69.
Well, we just have to schedule for another day then.
But now, well, we're actually on like 40 of them is just payments. So
Well,
that,
I don't see how it could possibly take more than a day. You know, we're not gonna need medicals, we're not gonna. We'll leave it on, let's leave it on the 22nd. You gotta leave on the 22nd or you We'll finish, we'll stay as long as we have to on the 22nd. It's midnight, okay? I'll get you out of it.
Okay. I'll let you know we're going to finish that night. Okay.
Okay, now, you got anybody else here that didn't show up? That's right. Nancy, where were you this morning? Was asleep.
Yes, I've been up all night with my grandbaby, so. She has.
Okay. Conwell versus Nancy Raines, 22 CR 0067. Miss Raines, we call her the rest of them. Were you born in 2001?
Yes.
Last four digits of social security number 0000.
Yes.
You're here for a pretrial conference. You don't have an attorney. Have y'all done an interview with her? I don't see how she slipped by. Did you represent her in district court? She moved the record. Do the interview with her, see if she's eligible for. Do you have any assets? Do you own any cars? Do you own anything? Raise your right hand. Do you own any property?
No.
Do you own a car?
No.
Okay, what kind of income do you have?
None.
None, okay. And you're a stay at home to take care of your baby, right? Okay, I'm gonna say you're qualified for office of public advocate. Okay, we're here today for the purpose of, I guess it was, is it a pre-trial conference? Yeah, it's a pre-trial. Got a trial. You be kind of consult with your lawyer here and be here on the 24th of February for negotiations and March 2nd for your next trial. Like both of them conditions your bond. Now, I sympathize with you about having a crying baby on that. Don't be late and be here, and we'll try to get this behind you, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. You need to get a card from him. Is there anybody else who's that finished the criminal document? Well, that's okay. We've already ruled on that appeal bond. Let's say. Is there anybody else that finished it up? If not, we're back on. At what time are we coming back? 12:30? 1 o'clock. Okay. 1 o'clock for the child support docket and civil docket at 1:30. And a DVO. So we're off. Let's go off the record.
Can we get your signature on?
For a contempt for failure to appear. That's your 62. Okay. Man, the jewel was here also. Okay. I thought there was a new note. I thought you had on something else. Okay. You early?
I am early, Judge. Judge, I do have a matter though, since you're handling non-appearances. I have one case for the court that you might want to take out. Representing Miss Dawn McCauley.
that she was asked to appear to show cause.
Okay, go ahead.
I can tell you, Judge, that I've known Miss McCauley for almost 2 decades. I've never known her to be tardy or absent an appearance in court.
You should have been here more often.
I know it. I'd rather come down here, Judge. People are more friendly to.
Let her explain what the situation is. Okay. We'll raise your right hand. Swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Judge, on the previous motion hour in this county, there was, I had gotten permission to appear by Zoom, because I had not yet done my appearance for Mr. Albertson. The public defender's office had asked me to take the case. I told them that I would if I could appear by Zoom, because I was otherwise scheduled on that date. I did get permission to appear by Zoom. Then we had a horrendous storm in Lebanon that day. And on my way back, we had no cell service, no phones in my office. So what I did was I attempted to start driving down here. As soon as I got service, I was actually in Cumberland County. I logged on to your Zoom and you'd said that you'd already taken up the case.
Judge, I would think that this has never been an occasion, to my knowledge, since she's practiced law for 20 years. That she's been tardy or absent in the court appearance.
Yeah, you've had a number of these cases down here, and I think that either the distance you are from us or the disconnect or whatever has been problematic for you as far as.
I've never been late.
Okay,
Matter of fact, I've sat here for hours before you've gotten to my case on multiple occasions.
well, I doubt if you sit for hours because we're not usually here for hours, but I will find that there's a justifiable cause to not find her in contempt.
Very well.
If you are somewhere and you appear by Zoom, and you can't make it, call somebody.
Just I tried, it was literally, our phones were out. We have internet phones and there was, I guess it was a tornado. The sirens were going off in town and we had no phones, no internet, no power.
Okay.
Good. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Good to see you.
This afternoon, George.
Oh. Okay. Braswell versus Braswell.
Judge, in this case, doing okay, just want to get on the docket. The balance is 412.52, plus some arrearages of 612.82 is actual balance, and we're asking that 206 be paid. Actually, 500 be paid by March 1st. I'm struggling, Judge.
Darrell.
Judge, we have an agreed order in Farrell.
Jones.
Judge, we have an order on that.
Agreed order.
Yes, sir.
Owens versus Owens.
Judge, we have an agreed order on that case.
Manis versus Manis.
Judge, we have an agreed order on that case.
Cabinet versus Dickens.
Judge, in this case, Mr. Dickens' last payment was $1,000 on 9/28 of 22. He's ordered to pay $299 a month on current and 60 on arrears. We're asking for 1,000 by March 1st.
Cabinet versus Allen.
Judge, we're passing that.
You have another case.
That's it, Your Honor.
Let me ask you something just for my information. Say individuals reach an agreement, timeshare, et cetera, and they both agree not to pay each other child support, but one of them accesses benefits to the state of some sort. Do you initiate an action then on behalf of the state?
Yeah, if they're getting state benefits, we usually initiate actions on that.
If it's medical, we don't. But
You're not supposed to if it's medical only. So I just wondered if it was medical only. It would appear to me that if you had a parent of means and the other one wasn't of means, that if they did medical, that the state should initiate something to try to ameliorate the loss to the state. But I guess since everybody's on it now, you don't do that. Would you look into that and see what the responsibility is? So thank y'all very much.
Thanks, Judge.
What time is your confidential matter scheduled for?
it was scheduled for 2 o'clock, Judge, but we got a court notice that it had been changed to 1 o'clock.
Okay, I'd like to clear the courtroom for confidential matter, and then we'll come back on the civil document 130.